Defense round here at break point. Next round determines who finds map point. Rock LFO going back to bar. I mean, this seems risky, Pengu. This is where Chiefs went for that insane quick execute with the Thatcher and the Blitz.
But I like this, though. They got double deployable shield, Jaeger, Womai, and the Kite. They're playing heavy into utility. Something that we haven't seen much of in recent history.
Most importantly, they've got the Frost, though. Let's be honest.
Is that the most important factor?
Most important. I am calling it right now. Frost wins this round.
Oh, I mean, low key, I'm seeing the Blackbeard Thatcher here. If they're playing heavy to top floor, it would not be a bad play to full send it into side again. And that Frost Trap, if it doesn't get cleared first, you will die. You will get injured. You will not live that. So it could be.
I wonder if Chiefs going to go for a full map clear this time.
I get like jump scared when I see Jaeger's pistol. It has a scope nowadays. I'm always like, whoa, hold up.
Yeah, it's like every operator that has the Reaper that I forget has the Reaper. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Oh, so let's get SMG11. Oh, no, it's a Reaper. Never mind. For a second, you think it's SMG11 came back.
SMG11, man. What do you think's better, SMG11 or the Reaper? What do you think's better?
By far, SMG11. There's not many guns better than the SMG11 in the game, period.
Bearing 9, SMG11.
SMG11, by far.
SMG12, SMG11.
That's where it gets tricky. If you're a good SMG12 player, it's SMG12, but I think it has a higher ceiling than SMG11, so harder to learn.
Yeah, definitely.
I suck with SMG12, for example, but I see Stomping on that, and it's not fair. It is not fair.
It's like,
or Brendo earlier.
For me, it's like if I'm playing Dokkaebi, I'm murdering people with the SMG12, right?
But if I'm
on entry, if I'm Warden and I'm bringing shotgun primary SMG12 and I'm trying to play it like a smoke or a mute, nope, absolutely not.
Same. Have the same experience. They want to do it again, though, by the way. Blitz looking to go in. Pistol in the hand. Can, of course...
Zero is caught
first. He drops.
As if he survives!
Maybe. He's alive again? How?
Are they... Surely they could be killing him just by getting the deep angles and spraying it as he drops down the hatch. I've seen that happen so many times.
I mean, either they did and they missed, or they just weren't doing it.
All it took was...
I'm not entirely certain.
Like, literally sneeze on the guy and he's gone.
Yep.
But don't do that, because that's not very sanitary.
Not sure what the play is anymore. I think they've seen the Frost. Oh, what could have been? They're baiting it out so perfectly as well.
Good idea.
At least they get the wall opened up. So now they got the wall opened up, so they cannot play in stock. That means they can only play from the bar bomb side, enabling the Blitz jump in. The Frost Trap can literally win them the round now. If they do not know the Frost Trap is there, they will get injured, and if the Blitz dies, nobody can replace the plant position. You might just be right.
And there are no nades on the lineup to try and clear
They
any
have to jump in,
the
pistol in hand with the Blitz and shoot it.
Oh, there's a player!
Already, you see it.
There's a player right below him as well. It's not just the Frostmat.
He's hiding in the smoke.
It's Zero who's hiding in the smoke. Wait, he still hasn't...
I think he's lost in the sauce. He's lost in the sauce!
What? I am so confused! What? He was prone underneath the window on top of the Frostmat the whole time! Wait. The Frostmat doesn't even go off! What the bloody hell have I just watched, Pengu?
What?
Chiefs have just done a daylight robbery on the Barstock bomb site. Rock LFO have been smashed to pieces, and now it's match and series point for Chiefs.
So Blitz jumped in the left-hand side of the double window, and the Frostman was off-centered to the right. So he jumped in, shooting the floor in the smoke, and it just been like, oh, I'm gonna get it, I guess. He didn't. The Frost Trap was on the other side, with Jaeger on top of it, and nobody realizes anything. The attackers have no idea. Cyro simply had no idea. The Frost Trap wasn't triggered. And they do the same exact attack twice, but with a very small adaptation. And that's the important part for me here. Chiefs, they had a counterplay. They went basement, and they had the Thatcher, and they EMP'd the Kite Claw off the stock single wall, and then Selmat it open from the basement stairs. This way, you cannot get C4 from stock. And it changes where the C4 angle is coming from, and how many playable positions you have as a defender. Very small detail. And it's one of the things that plays a part of netting them that round victory. And now they're one away. They can no longer tease one pocket strat these kinds of rounds because they should be figured out by now. I say that, but the attacker repicked the sense. They might have something cooking for this one as well.
I remember the Sens was really good on Bank, so much so that Rock LFO ended up banning it as a third operator ban. Oh, let them cook. Pengu, let them cook.
It would be a beautiful way to send yourself forward in the lower bracket, no? Like you start bringing out some of those pocket strats when you start struggling against your opponent. Show some creativity, show some depth to your roster. I'm sure Nate is very happy with these round victories. Oh, a goo mine though. That's ugly.
This is aggressive. Wow, very big push here early on from Chiefs. They try to do something a little bit cheesy with the ram. Yeah, the plant is going down. It's up to Relays here to cover. Catches ACOG. The plant goes down. This was a very cheeky and cheesy play here for Chiefs, but it might just work. Plant is down underneath the big window. So many ways the plant can be denied. The kill has to come through here from Loyal. Low HP. The spray comes through, but 0 to trade. 2v2 now. A C4 still available for Names Dave. It's one of the main ways that you can kill that player on that double window. Player himself has a grenade that could also protect the diffuser in a dire moment. Names Dave starts at 1 tick, 2 ticks. The nade buys him a few seconds and just enough time. He goes for it again. Zero has to cover. Excuse me, Neb! What are you doing? Neb! Why are you halfway across the map? Even my dog is wondering what the hell you just did.
The worst part is, you can see that post plant from the, I don't know, the tower in spawn. I'm not sure, like the little snow tower. You can see exactly where that diffuser is. If you go, surely you go on the rappel. Like if you're worried about the trench run out, the fireplace run out, the office balcony run out, surely you can watch it from the rappel so that if your teammate dies, you're not in a bad spot. The second aspect of this is the player who's on the window rappel the sense, surely you go upside down on the rappel. That way you guaranteed see them before they see you, and you don't just swing into an angle with your little rappel line showing your exact location. That is just small misplay there from the side of Chiefs. A round that they could have so easily won with very minor adjustments.
Look, there's only like 10 million ways that they could have covered that post plan, but the one way where you lose that round is if you run outside and do nothing. Like, genuinely, what was Neptune doing? That must have been that he was just so lost in the source.
I think his teammate just said, the only way I lose this round is if I get run out on. Your job is to cover me. That must have been the communication. Where it's like, hello, Nep, I'm in an unkillable position unless I get run out on. And you just trust the call blindly. Because he was on Solarium Repel, and he was watching the trophy window jump out for the longest time. And then he was clearly going off the rappel and going left, looking at trench, looking at fireplace, looking at office balcony, fearing that that was going to be the play from the enemy.
It's just so obvious, like, the best way to win that round from the post plant is upside down rappel on that window.
Yes.
And if you have a player upside down rappel on that window, then upside down rappel next to him and watch his runouts.
I'm also saying, like, imagine you go bathroom window, you jump in, you can see the diffuser from piano. Like, you can get an easy backstab kill from bathroom window jump in when the blitz started the round. So many small things. Shame. But Rocket gotta give them praise. That was unwinnable, and they won it. For sure.
They really did. And it comes down to every tiny moment, every re-swing, every refrag. The players on the balcony as well, getting aggro. Massive. And now they've given themselves a second life. Pengu, if they come back to push map 3, Chiefs are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, they are. That is the round you look back upon with a bit of sadness. Here comes Ace with 3-mid charge, not heard by ACOG, but seen shortly after the fact. That's the first step. But it's Chiefs on the attacking side now, mind you. They have to get a move on. They've been doing pocket strats the last couple of times. They got the Thatcher for this one as well to counter the Kaid. But they don't have that sense, they don't have a shield, so this should be a quote-unquote normal round execute. No more shenanigans.
Nice play there from whoever was in piano just then. They shot off the Selma from the wall. Wow, big aggressive play from Loyal. 5v4, and I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for Chiefs.
I can feel it. I think they too as well. A little bit tilted off that last round. You know, you think it's over mentally in your mind. You're like, oh my god, we did it, and then they didn't. It's not over just yet, guys. Come on.
Oh man.
And it's falling apart. ACOG with a second as well.
Oh,
They're
man.
not pushing. They're not going in. They're not fighting.
You just got to go for it now. Relays and Player.
No.
2 EP alumni need to get aggro. Player finds his kill. Might actually find one on the vert here. Gets a bit of an angle onto ACOG. Relays tasked with finding that kill, but he's walking into a crossfire as Rock LFO pick up their dead teammate. And a big flank now from Loyal. Guarantees ACOG the kill. Player, he's got the bomb site. Surely not possible. This is risky. This is very cheeky. Snow has a bulletproof camera in pocket. Would have been nice to have that on site right now. Plan goes down. Player, if you win this, it makes up for the mistakes that your team had in the last round, failing to close it out. 1v3. 2 players is split away from death. And he should hear Loyal sneaking into sight. But Rock LFO should be able to isolate and work out his position by process of elimination. A quick spray through the wall, and he's dead. He has to play this perfectly, and yeah, Loyal figured out, well, I think he's got to be in this corner. There's nowhere else. I may as well spray through the wall. It's a free one. Only by a margin of 4 seconds they get on that defuse in time, but job done. And with that, Rock LFO have climbed all the way back to a map point of their own.
I don't know about that one. It did not feel like the best and most convincing of attacking rounds there from Chiefs. Just like lacking the firepower and the willingness to go for it, really. Now they go on defense for the first time in a while to fight for another round here in OT and go 7-7. Something that they know a little bit too well today, James. It would be their third 7-7 game today if this were to happen.
Yeah.
Yep. They've had a long night, these guys.
Yeah, especially considering what their first game started at, I believe, what was it, 5 a.m. your time or something like that? It was
5 a.m. my time.
1 p.m. my time. It's now nearly 8 p.m. So they've been playing a lot of Siege today, man. A lot of Siege.
I don't know. I'm trying just to think about that like 1v3 there from Player, and I see the vision of him hiding in the corner. I do think he gave up a bit too much space. Like you said, like process of elimination, he could only be in that spot because they cleared everything else. But it's such an unwinnable position, to be fair. Like you really can't blame him for falling short by 4 seconds. The rest of his team didn't quite help him out in that. Jakenna has kind of snuck under the radar. He's 1-9. I didn't really realize this till this very moment, but somebody... Yeah, that's why I realized it's like live game. Like, live game? Oh, he's 1-9. That's what he means.
Yeah.
Hey, he had a great bank, okay? He's got his map. It's fine.
Yeah, but, you know, would you rather... Oh, there's a player underneath this window. There is player underneath this window. Here's a question for you. Would you rather someone that's like peak Kantaraketi 1 every 10 rounds, but like useless 3 out of 10 rounds? Or would you like someone that's just like good old stable every single round?
I would much rather have a stable player. However, in a perfect world, you have like 4 stable players and you have Kantaraketi. Yeah. Like that's the perfect mix of it, because you need stability for the foundation to work, but you need that clutch factor for when the rounds don't go your way.
Yeah.
So I take stability any day of the week.
Hello. Oh. What?
Oh, he was in the freeze himself. You jam yourself in the freeze.
Right. Oh. Interesting. Well, Neptune goes for a big swing. Looks like we might see another 7-7, Pengu. Chiefs are hungry for it.
Good little escort back to the bomb site area there from his teammates. They all showed up. However, Relays wants a little bit more, and that's gonna get punished immediately. Again, 5v3, why do we want more? Why do we need another kill? We can play 5-man top library, mezzanine, blue stairs, stock bomb site, and just lock in the round. Now, you're giving your opponent a way back into it. Rock LFO only behind 1 single operator, and Lunchbox half an HP, no C4 to his name.
Okay.
Let them make the first play.
That's the thing. Rock LFO are so good at capitalizing on your mistakes. If Chiefs lose this map, they really have a few critical moments to look back and say, far out, if we hadn't done this, then I think that map would have been ours. The series would have been done 2-0. Rock LFO are so ready to grab every opportunity they're given with both hands.
Be on guard. Enemy detected.
We see 2 player locations, blue stairs and stock. Can they act upon this information? That is the question. They're playing a 3-1 split. 3 defenders top floor and just 1 by the bomb side.
Don't pick this. Neptune falls back down to site. Lunchbox as well.
35.
Wow. It looks like they're giving up the top floor completely. Everyone
Yeah,
here
they
from
got toxic
Chiefs.
babes. They can lock down certain angles and smoke off the other ones and just choke them on time.
Indeed they can, but Snow makes his way up from the blue stairs. Punished now. Jakenna finds his second kill. A much needed one at that. ACOG now gunning to break double digits. Bit of damage, but player finishes him off. ACOG can't get it done. And we go the distance. It's another 7-7 overtime. Match point here for the Chiefs. And a chance to finally finish this off. Eliminate Rock and go through to the lower bracket final against Man LFO.
Big question now. Do you do a pocket strat, shield Thatcher kind of plant if you're Chiefs, or do you go for a more default round? Because they've had really mixed results on the attack. They have had flawless victories. They have been flawless where they can't clear the roamer, they can't get to the bomb site. They have had the most 50-50 outcomes I've seen in a long time. So I think if you're the IGL, calling this next round based off the bombs that you see is gonna be a challenge. Because in terms of confidence, I'm not sure what you're gonna feel the best about. And look at this, James. There's a mirror. Mirror, Jaeger, Wamai, Echo. The Echo works greatly denying the planters, slowing things down, countering the shield, stopping the push, giving you intel. The mirror can hold library because Asami got banned. These are solutions to Rock LFO's problems, and they have arrived at the most dire moment at 7-7.
You know what hasn't been brought, though, for Rock LFO is any form of wall denial to protect that mirror window's position in bar stock itself, because we've seen Chiefs time and time again. They just go into the basement early on, they breach that wall with an ace Selma. We've got relays re-picking onto the ace. We've got so many ingredients here for Chiefs to play in a couple of different ways, with the overall likely intention to end with an execute, with that blitz planting and the Thatcher covering. But in the mid game, there's so many pieces to work with here. Capitao, you can clear the dark corner inside library. The Thatcher as well can get rid of any Wamai magnets and ADSs. Hey, you could even try and counter the mirror window with the ace, though I don't think it would work. You'd probably get shot off. And look, even the Thatcher to counter the Yokai drones is huge here. Even the Thatcher to counter the Warden is huge. There's so many ideas.
So let's see what they can do. Again, there's a world where Chiefs just like panic default and go straight for a plant attempt, thinking that it's easy. There's a world where they try and clear fully library first. There's a plant where they just bait out the plant and go something else entirely. They can smoke and not jump in, but just try and bait a C4 or bait them to run around and take the free map control. That's the first problem here. The verticality with the Selma charge on the mezzanine. They need to ideally watch it from the office window. That's going to be player's location. Then EMP bait it out maybe, or just maybe just raw dog it and then thought the Selma. They can EMP to bait a swing, and then maybe player can catch him off guard. So not going up for it, just Selma off the
This
wall.
is good. You wait for player. Oh, wow. Did Relays just try and send it into sight? I don't know why he exposed himself.
That's the vert.
That's very dangerous. I don't think he had the proper vert angle.
Oh,
Oh
GG,
no,
dude.
this is not looking good at all for Chiefs. After every opportunity they had, they fumble it at the final moment. Neptune finally confirms his kill 2v3, but man, at least for Chiefs, everyone from Rock LFO has fallen back down to the bomb site. But no blitz left. This is such a tough position.
It's winnable, though. I think the issue is that they have a drone in bar somewhere seeing parts of the bomb site. If they find the player in stock and shoot him through the wall that they opened up earlier, that could be a freebie. If they win their individual or they hack the cameras, well, see all the
so
old
they
guys.
know exactly where the echo is.
Yep. If you get into fireplace or in basement, you have a complete freebie. They saw Echo was just on the floor inside a bar stock.
I sure hope that Jakenna and Lunchbox aren't actually spectating. I hope they're looking at these Yokai drones.
And Togebi's coming for it right here. Ideally, you try and bait it with the neb above. Maybe he tries and like floor bang a little bit and try and make some sound cover like this exactly.
Oh no, Neptune!
Oh, he dies. Okay, yikes.
Player now in a 1v3. It becomes a 1v2 after he finds a big kill, but ACOG jumps up, takes his head clean off. I cannot believe Chiefs have fumbled it here, but Rock, they come back facing down match point time and time again, and they've pushed us to a third. Chiefs are not out of the woods yet. Another map is required. We'll see you after the break on Consulate.
the best that this region has got to offer.
Oh yeah, baby. We're going the distance. It's going to be a big 3-mapper, and for the Chiefs, they failed to do what they did earlier today, which was win out 8-7. Instead, Rock LFO push us all the way to a third, and let's be real, Pengu, I feel like Chiefs are really going to be kicking themselves after that. They were set up perfectly to win that 7-5, and yet in the post-plant, they fumbled it.
Brutal, absolutely brutal. And I feel like it's a poster that we've all been in before and ranked as well, so they should have just had that on a lock and key, but they did a slip, they go to OT, they lose an OT, and now mental boom, third map.
Yeah, absolutely. We go to Consulate for our third map, and of the 3 maps we played so far, Bang Chalet Consulate becomes the most... Wait, what is that? Did you guys hear that?
You hear that too?
There's an alarm going off. What's happening?
Oh!
What is happening?
Power
There's an emergency sub. The machine has some power, guys. We have Rock LFO's 5th is back in the server. It's goodbye to names, Dave, and machine is back in for map 3. Man, the Chiefs have got to be kicking themselves.
That sucks, dude. You tell me if they close that in a 2-0, they play against a sub for both maps. Because they failed it on Chalet, they get the real 5th player on a 3rd map after being mentally tilted from how they threw on Chalet. That is brutal.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, dude, we just beat you on the 2nd map, despite you having 3 match points against us. Oh, and by the way, yeah, now we have our 5th player. I mean, like, they nearly lost to Rock LFO with a sub, man. Like, just on paper here, Rock LFO should be massively favored. The fact that they can even keep pace with the Chiefs while playing with a substitute, it's a grim state of affairs for Chiefs now. Consulate as well, I mean, very different kettle of fish to the maps we've played so far. We know Rock LFO do play it because they lost it to 6 targets, and we also know that Chiefs play it because they've beaten both Anios and Barbie Boys. Sorry, they lost to Anios, beat Barbie Boys on this map. And for Machine, who's now turning into a flashbang, he really is powering on. I didn't realize this machine was solar powered, but it's time to get into it. Consulate is where we decide the fate of the Chiefs, this long-standing organization in the Oceanic region, and the pedigree of these 2 former Enterprise players up against the oldest technology known to man, a rock. A simple rock. Who takes it here? It's the Big Org versus the Orgless. As we go into the 3rd map, the machine finally has power. It's time to settle it.
Oh boy. Now, I guess the only downside is that Machine is going into this cold because he hasn't been playing up until now. But, I mean, having a real player come in is absolutely going to be an upgrade. Plus, imagine the mental side. You know, you're thinking you're going to play the entire series without your 5th player. And then you think, oh my God, guys, he can make it. There's a chance now. Like, we see the light. This is so doable. You're going to have so much regained confidence. 1, you won Chalet. And 2, now it's time to play for real.
Yeah, especially after being like, hey, we just beat Chiefs while playing with a substitute. Hey, we just beat Chiefs despite them having a 6-5 match point, despite them having a 7-7 match point against us. Like, anything is possible. Doesn't matter what kind of advantage Chiefs has, we can always come back here. So Rock LFO can be filled with excitement. Crazy to me that Machine is now playing, considering he's been dealing with a cyclone. So there's been some extreme weather conditions over in the New of Zealand, and he's, apparently that's why his power has been out. So, man, credit to him. He's fighting off houses flying around, presumably. I mean, I'm not there. I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Okay.
I'm going to dramatize it. Like, have you seen The Wizard of Oz, Pengu? You know that at the start, there's the big tornado, the house is flying everywhere, the Wicked Witch of the East, the Wicked Witch of the West, all that stuff.
I actually haven't seen it.
That is crazy from you that you haven't seen that. But that's how I'm imagining Machine's house right now.
I'm gonna answer the question in the question. Yeah, who's the lowest in the region? And there has to be related players in the server, right? So it has to be Jake. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Just a little bit of shade thrown his way. Nice, please.
Play nice, please.
Admin's getting. Oh, okay. Hey, he's stating facts. Okay, no shade, just facts. I see a Glass, I see a Monty, I see a Grim. This is going to be a down the yellow skylight in through the CEO box with one player presumably on the meeting breach. Grim kind of just going out for information. And then it comes down to L'Oreal for Machine, if they can make this work together. Mind you, Names Dave, the sub player, previously tried to play the Blitz, the Blackbeard, the Monty, and had to mix results. Now it's Machine's turn. L'Oreal opens up greatly though and takes down the first player. The Thorn removed from action. He's going to give this attack even more teeth. Glass frag grenades, by the way. They have 6 frag grenades and only 2 smoke grenades, despite playing a Glass.
I've seen a bit of that these days. Thing is, I mean, Glass got a buff a little while ago, so he gets more bullets in his magazine. Back there, he only had 11 shots. Now he has 16. What's more, it's a DMR, man. Like, I think back in the day, people didn't really want to play Glass because DMRs weren't in meta. But he's got the Bearing 9 as a secondary, Oregon 6. But that DMR is so much more in meta than it's ever been before, and it's arguably the best DMR in terms of damage.
Speaking of.
And yeah, man, the Bearing 9 is insane. Oh, that would have been a free kill if you had your rifle out, Zero. Unfortunate for him, but he does get the detect onto Neptune.
Just waiting for the Goya fire to subside. Again, Munchie can just walk on in. They get Glass in the CEO or Pelican, toss out a grenade and rappel on and apply that pressure. Lunchbox into the box, does have a C4, but it's going to be boxed in by that Monty.
Oh, big nitro cell. As box goes back, a face full of the lead from Machine. The Machine has certainly powered on. Rock LFO dominate. It's a flawless start on the attacking side, no less, of Consulate. Man, this Machine is ready to rumble. What a killer start on the attacking side with that Monty.
Oh, if I'm Chiefs right now, I'm getting a bit nervous. That's a flawless attack. It was a phenomenally well-played round by Machine on the Monty. Like, even if he doesn't find those 2 pistol kills, which he had no business doing, by the way, the way he paced around and was never exposed, forced the Goyo fire, tanked the C4, like, he generally played that so well. And then he gets the 2 kills, playing off the Glass. Beautiful. And, I mean, if you're going to start having a proper shield player on your roster, it's going to change the entire playstyle of Rock LFO if they're going to be a shield team. Because before, as I said, it was Names Dave playing a Blitz and dying half the rounds in really funky ways, obviously being a sub player. This is a different story. And look at the operator bans. Chiefs, they banned out, you know, aggression in the sense of like Solid Snake for information, Ying for the chaos. Rock LFO, they banned Smoke and Warden. That means that they can't get stopped as easily when they want to push the bomb side or go for a plan because Smoke is gone. And they've banned Warden last, not first, so there is no counter ban in that regard. So now they can abuse Glass as much as they want, and this time they're playing 4 smoke grenades instead of only playing 1 set of them. And now instead of being the Monty win condition, they have the Glass win condition, where nobody can fight back in the server.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I also like running the Striker a bunch here. Obviously, he can run stuns and frags. He could also run stuns, or rather frags and smokes if you really want a lot of frags, but you want to bring more smokes into the roster. Great operator. Striker is so good, man. Like, I think one of the most underrated operators in the game. I think maybe even better than Sentry. A couple of good use cases for Sentry, but Striker...
By far better than Sentry, by far.
Yeah. Striker is the only operator that has the EMPs and the hard breach at the same time. So powerful. Better than a lot of hard breaches on certain maps and certain bomb sites.
And just like the self-enablement that you get, like a consulate, right? You want to breach the meeting wall? Oh, guys, I'm going to pick EMPs and I'll bring the can openers. No, you bring both yourself and you don't even need a second player to help you. That means you can do that job and have 4 people take admin or take yellow at the same time. It opens up the round for everybody else to do their job more successfully. We've seen this before. Now, Machine has to walk in and bait the Goyo fire to get popped, or they need to sacrifice the only grenade left remaining from Gridlock to pop it. I think a nade just got tossed on out. Yep. So they're going to force the Goyo fire themselves, wait 20 seconds, and they can make the march forward. But again,
ACOG, my guy.
ACOG finds the opening, and they got the Glass and the Monty, so getting opening pick is huge. Because Monty's going to be extended, and Glass can fight you one-sidedly in the smoke grenade. So again, it feels like Chiefs now inevitably are going to lose this round unless they make a hero play, unless they lash out and get a pick somewhere.
To add to the conversation about Striker, M4, one of the best guns on attack. Ooh, this is not good for Loyal, though. Runs straight into the fire. Zero will fall. The mirror window is facing the wrong direction. It's going to get smashed here by player. A lot of damage though from Bathroom. He's cut off and a lack of reinforcement here. Puts Chiefs in an awkward spot. They continue falling back. There's a player on the bottom side. It's Loyal. He gets taken down by Relays, but there should be a trade here. Machine decides to get aggressive. Oh, I like the Thorn Trap, but that can be easily activated and then baited out. Somehow Machine actually takes a bit of damage to it, so he will be affected. But Snow comes in to support.
Jesus.
Relays has to do it all himself, but Snow finds every last kill for Rock LFO. It's 2 straight on the attacking side. And we're seeing the energy start to form. We're seeing the fire behind their eyes.
It's a Monty ban after round 3. I don't care what anybody says. It is 100% blatant Monty ban. The issue is, if you ban the Monty, the glass will stay open with the Warden being banned away. So you're gonna see the glass continuously as a win con. And then you can play the Blackbeard or the Blitz on top of it. Like, this is gonna be a really hard defensive half, it looks like, for Chiefs. Unless they can figure out the counter. And the counter is gonna be stuff like the Tachanka. Infinitely better than the Goyo for these type of scenarios. It can also be stuff like the Echo. It can be a Pocket Ella. It can be so many different operators, but not what they're currently bringing. Because when you play the Goyo, you are pre-positioning where the fire is gonna go. Tachanka, or it's not Tachanka, Monty's gonna see it. And then either you can bait it, or you can clear with a grenade. If you play more proactive operators, like the Tachanka instead, you can take that fire launcher anywhere in the map, shoot it at any moment, and Monty has such a hard time finding that perfect middle ground. Because you don't know when it's gonna happen. With the Goyo fire, you know. Mind you, they banned the smoke for this purpose, because smoke works the same way, but everybody plays smoke. Very few teams play Tachanka. That's why it's a high value ban in this scenario.
Bomb located by attackers.
I know it might not be picked this round, but I just want to say one last thing about this striker. So not only does he have any secondary gadgets you want, he's got a secondary shotgun as well.
True.
And on top of all of that, he's got the M4. And can I just say, as a former Maverick main, when Maverick was at the height of his power, I actually think the M4 is the second best gun on attack. Maybe the second best gun in the game.
10 seconds remaining.
You lost me there.
Really? You don't like the
Okay,
M4?
I can shoot you 2 weapons off the rip without even thinking that beats the M4. SMG 11, technically a primary. Okay, technically used as a primary.
Not a primary, it's a secondary.
AK 12.
Yes, AK 12 is the one.
And then any DMR attack.
Oh, sure. Well, AR then. The best AR. Also, if you want a DMR striker...
We're moving the goalpost. We're moving the goalpost. Actually, any AR that has this fire rate and less damage or less. We'll just keep moving, mate. I can't win with you. You're right, though. I don't think it's a bad weapon.
M4 is
but
insane.
for whatever reason,
good.
it's not loved, right? It's not like widely accepted as a good weapon, even though it is a good weapon.
I think it's underrated.
Like,
Massively
a lot
underrated.
of people love Jacko's C7E, Box C8, like Sophia's AR back when she first came out. It's kind of awful nowadays, I would say. But the M12 has never gotten any love from people that I play with, at least.
The M4. M12 is Cav's gun.
Oh, sorry. Different weapon, I guess.
M12 sucks.
Yeah, I got the black guys for that, by the way, in my my pack opening. Yeah, imagine my
Lucky
reaction to that. I had to play Kivera 1 round for chat when it happened, because I had to show off the skin, obviously.
And how'd you go?
I got an interrogation, won the round, easy peasy.
Oh, well, you're not playing the Black Ice, right, if you got an interrogation, because you should be using the primary.
Well, winning is more important. I'm one of those boring players where, this could be fun, but we'll probably lose, so I won't do it.
Yeah, no.
That's me, dude. I care too much sometimes.
I feel you. Oh, careful the crossfire here. The double
Good
shields.
before.
Oh, both of them fall. Looks like Chiefs are finally recomposed. 5v2 now. Loyal and Snow, the last remaining. Damn, that was a big nuke there. Time to finish off Lunchbox.
Got the kill.
Oh yeah, finish him off again. Yeah,
Oh.
bit of BM, mate. Get it done. Way to go, boss. I'll tell you what, Rock LFO are going to lose this round, but they are having fun. They are in Chiefs' heads, that's for sure. He's going to bait out a swing here. He'll find at least one of these two. Watch. Never mind, he doesn't. Relays has the cross. Snow falls, as it tends to do. And Chiefs finally get themselves on the board on Consulate.
Nice. Just in time for a Monty ban, and then they can start having a happier time on the defense. I mean, it's no question, Monty. It's no question.
And what do you ban on D? What do you get rid of?
Mira or Bandit. I think Bandit's an easier ban because you can play Thatcher against the Kaid. You cannot EMP Bandits because they can trick actively. Mira. Okay, Mira Monty. Yeah. Makes sense. Is that or you ban like Tashanga or Goyo and you play heavily into planting and straight attacks? But that is going to be a bit harder than Monty, but yeah.
It's true. I love the aura of like banning Tachanka and Smoke. I just think it's so much aura.
It changes how you can attack entirely.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Sorry, I've been trying to change my describing word to dork.
Yeah, the nicer way to say moron, I guess. I don't know.
Let's see, what are the origins of the word dork? Let's see how PC it is.
It's like nerdy, no? Like if you're a dork, you're a bit like geeky and like glasses and...
A dork is slang for a person who is socially awkward, silly, or clumsy, or unfashionable.
Yeah, so a nerd.
Yeah,
exactly that.
Related
Social
terms,
awkward,
nerd,
no fashion.
geek, dweeb.
Yeah.
I like dweeb.
Yeah. Dweeb.
10 seconds to
I wonder what the origin of the word comes from. Comes from the 1960s?
Okay, that's early.
moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah. Perhaps a variant of Dirk, influenced by Dick. There you go.
Good
There
to
you
know
go, man.
bullying existed back when my parents were young as well, you know? And bullying
Yeah.
isn't like a new concept. Great.
Oh,
I
well,
love a
there
bit
you
of
go.
childhood trauma.
You poor thing.
You know what they say? Bullying, it grows you. You develop because of it.
Yeah.
But I think most people just suffer for a couple of years, and I don't think that's necessary.
There are other ways to grow without the pain.
True. True.
Well, Chiefs
Big
finally
changes.
get around on the board, but
Oh.
now that... Sorry. You know what? I'm going to shut up. You know what you're talking about. You go.
Boom.
Oh, wow. Great insight.
I was right, wasn't I? It went boom. No, I was gonna say, like, obviously they're gonna replace the Monty with the Blackbeard. That's the most logical thing to do. But I do expect a bit of a stylistic change up from Rocket LFO. Probably a bit of a slower pace, more usual concept. That was my only point.
Nice.
Nice.
This top floor bomb site's going to be pretty hard to break into. As we've seen already today in the previous games, teams tend to stall out a lot on this admin hallway area, especially when you got tons of utils like the Goyo to clear.
Suspicious rotate to CEO window. This could be a flip and a half. If they naded off the Goyo canister in the beginning of the round, they could just rappel on in. The issue is going to be the C4s and the pre-placed Thorn Trap. If it's, they have 3 Thorn Traps in pocket. That's a pocket smoke. Instead of playing smoke, they're playing Thorn for CEO into denial.
I love that.
That's kind of smart.
And it is very hard to shoot those Thorn Traps when you repel in. You will not have enough time. There's no doubt about it. But nice little adaptation there from Chiefs. I kind of hope that Rock go for it just to sort of get to see that active. Aggressive play from Relay as he peeks the player on the roof. Oh, almost loses his life in response. And with Zero dead, no Rotero drone to come in and destroy the long bar. Makes things very awkward for Rock.
Long ball. Now, do this out of the Monty. He impeted the Thorn Trap. The second one goes out.
Never mind.
Takes down Machine.
Bit of a stall out. Oh, he repelled inside, but it doesn't matter because Chiefs go for the swings. The Thorn Trap won't have an impact in the end. It doesn't matter when they just swing to win. 2 rounds in a row now for the Chiefs, and they're looking a lot more comfy after that round on defense.
Feel like, I mean, Rocket LFO, even if they don't find any more attacking victories, this is still like a better outcome than Chiefs' previous consulate. That was like a single attacker, right? So 1-5 half.
Yeah.
So getting 2, pretty nice. If they get a 3rd, they'll take it. But I'm a bit worried about the depth of their attacks. Like they showed us the Glass Monty to great success. Ever since they went off that, it hasn't really hit the same. We'll see what they got. It's still early days in the second half. Or second half, first half, but after the 3rd operator ban, whatever you want to call it.
It's funny, yeah, it does feel like we have halves of the half now, right?
Yeah, it does feel that way because it's such an influential thing.
Yeah.
Like, the 3rd round is full bombs that reset. You go back to restart it if you
fourth
want 3 or
round.
whatever. Sorry. Beginning of fourth round, after round 3. Plus, you get that third operator ban before round 4 begins. So it's a huge moment.
I think it's really interesting. I've heard the commentary that, you know, with the comp changes, how bans work now, and with obviously the change in rank to how bans work, ranked is now so different to comp. Because in ranked, you only have 1 ban on each side for the very first round. That never happens in comp. You always have at least 2 bans, and then a third gets added. It'd be more similar if in ranked you have 2 ops banned in the first round, and then nothing extra banned in the second round, and then 1 more ban for the final round.
Yeah, that is actually a fair point. I mean, I don't know. I still think ranked is a bit of it's a hard situation. Like we spoke about getting ranked 3.0 next season, that's great. But playing first to 4 when you get a 3-0 lead on defense still feels completely wrong to me. Something about like you control the defense, start 3-0 up, GG guys. Like GG was win. And when you play first to 4, mind you, every single round is so influential. Like having a teammate mess up a bad shot, or you miss a C4 or some small minor mistake, that is a significant round to lose because you play such few rounds.
Yeah.
And probably it's first to 7, so you obviously play more than double, or you play about double rather. But yeah, it feels a bit rough. Whereas other games that plays like first to 13, first to 16, you can lose a round. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. That's what part of what makes Siege so punishing. A smaller round count means that every single round has so much more value. 1 mistake is so much more punishing.
It leads to more crash outs, I believe, at least in my mind.
It also makes it a much harder game to learn. You know, if you're playing another shooter that is, say, first to 13 rounds, you can have like 3 rounds where you don't really have an impact. And it doesn't really matter. If you have 3 rounds in ranked where you don't have an impact, you're dead weight. You're dead weight. Oh, beautiful nade, but great play from player who come and support Jekena.
How's no one covering that? Like, Machine has always had somebody behind him, usually Snow on the gridlock. Nobody was even in the building. Like, look, spiral stairs elsewhere, and then exterior. He solo made that aggro play without backup.
A couple of bullets come out of Ciro's gun. It actually leads to the injure onto Jekena. If he can displace play... Oh, no, he knows about him. Good pre-fire. All right, this might undo the defense. If they can confirm the kill onto Jekena. Oh, hello.
Bounce back out.
Return to sender.
That's funny.
Good kill for Box. Looks like Neptune is just holding on for a little bit longer, trying to bait off of information from Jekena to go for a kill.
I don't think they know the down thing yet, or they do now.
Finished him.
Confirm the kill. They can bounce off the Grim Beast, the top spiral. But there's a player hiding in CEO still. It's gonna be Nep waiting for a swing, and there it is. But it's back to even numbers. 2-2 as Relays got injured from the verticality, I believe, or from spiral staircase, perhaps.
Oh, Neptune is still staying upstairs. Lunchbox got downed. I don't think Snow knows it, but it's now a 1v2 for Nep upstairs, and now that Lunchbox has been finished off, he's not giving more information. Relays is scouting for extra info. ACOG finishes him off. Neptune can't find the plants. It's too late. That Thorn Trap almost killed him. Jumping outside now for Neptune. They're going to know exactly where he is. 2v1 post plan, and now if Rock is smart, they can just rotate back up the stairs. ACOG should be able to go up vertically. Instead, he's holding the angle. Snow as well doesn't need to expose himself. He's such low HP. Neptune needs to play this perfectly. Oh my god, why would you peek that, Snow?
He swings it.
That is such a throw. But Neptune doesn't know where ACOG is. Ooh, do not overpeak here, ACOG. Neptune has to stick it. Okay, he can't. Oh, what? He got off. He threw it. He only had one way to win it, and it was to stick the defuse.
Oh, no.
A very warranted question mark from Suru in the chat, and Neptune has fumbled what could have been a clutch.
He low-key had the long arm because Grim didn't go in throughout lobby to get the quicker angle. He went the long route in towards Zulu, into the yellow door, and then the doorway just blocks him. There is a very realistic goal where you just stick it and you just win the round, but I mean, split-second decisions, they happen. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. The early stage of this round, like this swing from player, completely unnecessary. And then, of course, the wide swing from Snow in the 2v1.
Cannot believe
in the
he got
post plant right here. Swinging that is criminal as well, I gotta say.
I love
Come on, guys.
the reload peak at 2 seconds left on the clock as well. Let me just reload my revolver. Well, that was a very big round from Rock, like one that they had no business winning whatsoever. And as you mentioned, when Chiefs played this map earlier today, it was a defense's paradise. Now Rock are on the verge of a 4-2 attacking round split.
Yeah, from Chalet to Consulate, it's been a mountain to climb for Chiefs. I mean, if they get the 3-3 half here, I think they can kind of brush it off and go, you win some, you lose some, but there is a real shot here for a 2-4 defense half, which is just statistically rarely happens, especially when Chiefs is the favorite team to win. One would still argue that, I believe. Need a bit more power from them for this final round in the first half. They got good operators for it, right? Good guns, the LF for shield counter, Melusi for slowing them down, Vigil for roaming, Valkyrie for info. They got a lot of firepower, so they gotta use it to their advantage and not just play by the side, but actually get active on the roam.
Yeah, it's going to be very much about the roam. That's what happens when you pick Vigil, Solus, Valkyrie, Ella. You know, it's going to be all about that roam, No anchors. Well, they've got info, and they've got great roam hunting potential as well. But where's Machine going to be? That's my question. Being the Blackbeard, he is often like that single most impactful instrument that the attack has available. I think a server push here with the Blackbeard, or you have a bit of a lurk going on the ground floor, might be pretty powerful here for Rock.
Yeah. Well, this certainly could work. The benefit of the Blackbeard is you can get in the building, and there's a soft wall which you can probably do the buff or the BB gadget. Or just the DMR. Bit of damage exchange there. Now, there is a realistic world where with the Lion, you can kind of pop the gadget, run on in, and just kind of see what happens. You don't want to drone all of this out. Don't could be called in the same action. Yeah, shoot the gas pipe, why not? Yeah. Worst way to die in the game as a shield player is the gas pipe. It's the top 5 most painful siege deaths, I would say.
Notice how Machine's running the iron sight as well to increase his aim down sights time. Or rather, decrease his aim down sights time. Increase the speed.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Laser plus iron sight is a 15% decrease in a... now you got me confused.
Increase in speed, decrease in time.
Yeah, that's it. You do it faster by 15%. Pretty significant. Relays and Laurel, they go for blows. 1-for-1 trade, though. Anybody's round.
Yeah, Relays is keen to go for a flank down, I believe that's spiral stairs. He needs to bide his time. Neptune spotted on the bomb site. He's supported by Player, who's got info on where some of these attackers are pushing from. Chiefs want to make a move, but they're biding their time. And ACOG's just opened things up by taking down Player. That Solus finished off. Nep cornered here in security. The time is ticking away. Numbers advantage for Rock LFO, but they need to make this good. Oh, the timing is off, but he still backs into him. And Neptune finds one. The trade, but no! Not to be. Machine up against 3. And Chiefs, thanks to Lunchbox on the flank, rise above and tie the score. So by the end of it, it is an even half, but one where Rock LFO really petered out at the latter end. 3 attacks on Consulate, that's pretty good in isolation, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Chiefs really made a comeback in the last 2 rounds. The last couple of rounds, actually. So yeah, I'm a little bit wary now. Don't want to get too excited for Rock LFO. Wow, do you reckon the Ying Glaz ban was just to predict perhaps a Warden ban coming out on the defensive side?
It's possible, but we have seen a trend with whenever Chiefs are involved in a game, the Ying and Glass band, at least one of them comes out with pretty high frequency, I would say, from my limited experience. So it could be insider knowledge and the play style, could be expecting a Warden ban, of course, or maybe Rocket Level knowing how strong they played the Glass and how strong they found that operator to be, that they want to get rid of it. I think the Clash ban here is genius, because it is like the #1 stopper of all joy in the server if you're attacking, no matter if it's a yellow attack or an admin attack. It's just these narrow hallways, the crossfires, and how easily Clash can navigate without, like, you know, verticality and hatches and different angles to die from. You have just so much safety net around you. So it kind of opens up the attacks a bit more. Also enables the shields, of course. And big praise here to Machine. Bro plays the Monty, bro plays the Shanka. This is my kind of player.
Can I have a look? I don't know. I know it's a big ask, but man, the Denari laser going all the way from near Long Desk, all the way through the drone hole into Break Room is absolutely insane. Look at where Tachanka is. That's where one of the corners is. The other one goes all the way through that drone hole and it attaches to the cabinet in Break Room. That is insane. The problem is, I think it'll be pretty easy to shoot, surely? Like, once you're inside of Break.
Yeah, I think you can just wide swing the door without going through it and actually get an angle for it. But I think the rush.
It's a rush!
Ram rush.
It is!
We've seen
Neptune
this
is
before.
in the building.
Tachanka!
The Tachanka fire is a little bit too little and a little bit too late. The smoke in tandem as well, but
could be a
Jekena is able to go deep on the back of it. He takes down Machine on the Tachanka, and he looks for the plant himself. Loyalth and Snow, the last 2 remaining. I mean, they're caught with their pants down. It's hello, Blitz. Nice little duke there with Snow on the shotgun. Oh, nice little wallbang as well. A 1v5 is a very big ask as Jekena pre-fires. Again, suppressing this position. He's got a little bit of info, but not much. Forgot to put out his last piece of barbed wire as well. He's not going to find these kills. Surely not. 3 now. As Jekena goes down, it's time to lock in for Neptune and Relays, but Neptune finally closes it. That is a killer way to start off the second half for Chiefs.
If you're up against Chiefs and Nep is an enemy roster, just play Seal, because he's gonna take the Ram, he's gonna full send it in twice, and he's gonna get 1 or 2 kills and now it's over. We saw this exact same thing just, what, 3-4 hours ago? When they played, maybe longer actually than that, in their first series today. It is incredible how consistently he's finding that opening pick. And the whole team follows through, right? Drop yellow skylight, pop the finger boost, push together, sprint past the smoke. It is a full send, full commitment, and a confident first round and a half.
Man, I'm vibing. This track's good. Back onto the bangers again. Oh yeah, then the drums come in. Zero, put him away. You can hurt someone with those things. Oh, Jekena's got a smile. Happy boy.
Yeah. Good vibes, good vibes. Mind you, a very long day for these players, right? They played an
Excruciating.
8-7-8-7, which started, hold up, about 6.5 hours ago, I think was the very first map, give or take.
7.5, I believe.
Well, 7.5?
It started
give or take.
7.5 hours
Let's
ago.
meet in the middle. Let's meet in the middle. 7 hours ago. Deal?
6 or 7?
No, let's meet in the middle. 7. Okay.
Sure.
Now
sure.
that it's 8-7, 8-7. Then they get to wait for a BO3 to eat, prep, reset, warm up again, whatever. And now we're on the 3rd map. And mind you, Chalet was also 7-8. They have played an enormous amount of Siege. Not to mention, they had to prep for the game before they started as well. It has been a good, I don't know, 10-hour day for them. More or less straight Siege or prepping for Siege. It teaches you something. Like back when we had the DreamHack events in Siege, like regularly, you would play these like BYOC style tournaments where your first match is like 9 a.m. and if you have like a lot of matches and like unlucky schedule timing and you keep winning, you play at 9 a.m. first and your final map starts at 10 p.m. So you play from like 9 a.m. to midnight, you rush back to your hotel, go to sleep, wake up at 7, breakfast, shower, prep, and game at 9 again. 3 days straight you do that. It is brutal, but it teaches you so much about how to play like a long day of Siege, because it's a different mindset than playing a single up as the one, for example.
Man, forget about the hotel at that point. You bring a sleeping bag and you're having a little nap in the LAN center. I've been to some of those big dream houses in Jönköping in Sweden.
Yeah.
Man, the LAN room is dark enough. You could probably put some noise cancelling headphones in and go
People
to sleep
do.
in there.
If you make your rounds in the evening, half of them are gaming, half are like head on their keyboard, passed out or leaning back with a blanket. You also do have sleeping halls at DreamHack where you can like bring a mattress, or maybe you can rent one. I'm not entirely sure, and just like pass out in like an open room with a bunch of different people. We had a little cottage that had no heating, tiny duvets, and very cold in the Swedish winter.
Tiny duvets. Can I just say about what is it with Nordic countries and having like no bedding? And you're a part of this, Pengu. What is it with? It's the same. It's the same in Norway. It's the same in Denmark. It's the same in Sweden. Why do you guys always have like a tiny little blanket as the only thing to keep you warm? It's a freezing country, for goodness sake.
I have a huge double duvet and I love it, and I snuggle up and I keep it nice and warm because I'm not about that cold life, man. But people in Nordic countries, they will sleep with their window open in the winter with a small duvet and somehow be fine.
Insane. Well, next time I'm in Copenhagen, Pengu, you better keep me company so I stay warm at night. Until then, we're going to a quick break. We'll be back after this quick technical pause.
has got to offer.
And we're back into it. Consulate is where we will go. And look, the game's been pretty good, pretty close so far, but Chiefs, man, that rush, it was something else.
The ram in the CEO window, the finger follow-up with the blitz, I mean, they had everything. Quick, successful, teamwork, coordination, communication. And they start things off with a confidence booster, which they need because there have been a couple of rounds in this BO3 that Chiefs should have definitely locked in and won. Arguably, they shouldn't even be here in Consulate. They should have won 7-5 in regulation on Chalet, but they fell short. So now it's all or nothing. It's another attack for Chiefs, another defense of Rock LFO. similar operators, honestly, on both sides, except that less rushing here with Cheese. There's going to be a shield on the Monty. No finger this time to boost up the aggression. And then it's going to be all about the stalling out and the traps and chip damage from Rocket LFO.
Hard breach comes out. Time to put some pressure on Meeting. It's not going to be a rush this time around. What is the strat here for Chiefs? They've got the Monty. Man, there's a lot of things you can do with that Monty.
Interesting enough, they actually played Ash on the skylight of Spiral Stairs and using the Ash breach on the desk on top Spiral to break it open. Most people play a Flowers, jump in the drone, and they pop it open because you get 4 Reterra drones on the 2 Ash breaches. So, different way of achieving the same goal, essentially. They've also gone to CEO. They burned off the Goyo canister, so they could go for a switch mid-round. They're crouch walking towards admin. This is like gap finding at its finest. They're trying to bait a play somewhere by poking and prying, and then they're going to have another player go the opposite direction, try and get a free entry into admin. And if it goes unnoticed, because there are no actual cameras inside of admin itself, you might just hit a good backstep later on.
You got these awesome Denari lasers again. Hopefully they might actually have a bit more of an impact this round. Yeah.
They know. That something's weird because nothing's happening. They don't hear any movement.
And the Snake is just, again, getting information. I feel like Chiefs are spending so much time measuring, but the setup is good here for Rock LFO.
It's all about relays getting inside of admin offices, but he hasn't gotten in there just yet. Laurel gets a pick on the spiral window, so that's going to make it even harder to go for a push now. Rappel on in, fire for response, has to jump back out. And Monty, again, being stopped by the Tachanka fire is an exceptionally good operator to stop these pushes.
Yeah, Machine's playing this so well, and he's doing what very rarely we see happen. He's actually using all of his gadget. He tucks now in the corner. So no repel on in is going to be successful here for Neptune.
It's cooked. It's completely cooked. Relays died in admin to Cyro, so now there's no backstep. The frontal push is kind of dead, but player does find one on the cutoff. The issue is getting that diffuser deep into the bomb site seems almost impossible. Eiko gets injured as well. Taking it back to a 3v3 unless they can revive.
Yeah, he wants to go for it. There's a complete pivot from Chiefs, but there's no second chances now. They've got to go in from Spiral. Neptune slowed down by the Denari laser. He gets swung, but he wins the fight onto Snow. However, Jakena on the Monty is on the floor. Neptune doesn't have time, and he doesn't have the means to look for a defuse plant. Rock LFO read that to perfection. And I gotta say, man, Pengu, Machine was so good, and that Tachanka. Yeah. We rarely see a Tachanka played as well as we did just then from Machine. Scoreline tied back again. Rock LFO keeping Chiefs honest.
It's also pretty smart when you have the shield player of Machine also being the Tachanka who stops the Monty from pushing, because it takes a shield player to know a shield player, right? And if you know how you can punish the Monty, like when to use the fire, where to use the fire, and how to navigate that, it's gonna net you an even better result. So again, the right player on the right operator in the right location can make or break a round, especially on top floor of Consulate. So the value gained there, it cannot be understated. Massive individual round from Machine. He is 3 and 5 on the scoreboard. 2 of those 3 kills actually happened in the very first round, the Monty double pistol kill. But every single round after, while he hasn't gotten frags, he is getting consistent high value with the use of his operators.
10 seconds left before insertion.
This is where the game gets serious though, Pengu. Of course, it's elimination for one of these two teams on the other side of Consulate. And one of them is about to break away again to find their 5th round here and get within arm's reach of putting it to bed. Chiefs, they look pretty prepared on their attacking side, and while their game earlier today, Consulate was very hard to attack, they just look a little bit more locked in. Like you said on the previous map, Chiefs just look a little bit more awake on this series than they did in their first match today.
Just kind of waiting to see where the push is coming from. Looks to be a bit of a backside stab. Again, where the shield is, that's where the push goes. So The second they hear the Blitz pistol, they see the operator, they think, yeah, guys, we need help on the back portion, or we gotta fall right on back. The hatch being opened up. Player, again, opening pick. He has been so good today. Always finding those early entries and making the round a bit easier for his team. And he's just on his lonesome. Playing striker, has the solo utility. He breached open the front side of the bombs and those double walls to garage. And with that being done, he can now rotate over the grenades to his teammates or keep on backstabbing.
The play from the Aurora here looks a little bit difficult. It's risky for Relays to try and breach open that wall. Oh, sorry, breach open, lock up that wall. It just means that they don't have as much control. I feel like they're going to need to open that again later.
Yeah.
But they can, I guess, close it. Like, use the angle when they want to and then close it if they're worried about a flank. How do you convert this numbers advantage here for Chiefs? That's the question.
The big thing about Aurora is that there was a buff in their most recent patch a few days ago, right? Like, when you as an attacker shoot to open or close the gate, it takes like 1 second. For defenders, it's like 5 or something. So it's incredibly fast as the attacker and very slow as the defender. You gotta see the top of the door for the Aurora to connect. You gotta see the very tippity top so you can maybe prone or walk a bit further forward. You wanna close off security crossfire, then push into the cafeteria.
That's good. I think that Jakenna might have been spotted when he did so. Now the coverage has to come through from Relays. He needs to be deadly here as Jakenna has taken so long. He's just going to try and force the plant, but a big nitro cell from Machine. He's in full power mode now. And in the 4v3 Rock LFO, they've got the diffuser down in the objective. The smokes have completely elapsed, and Chiefs have capitulated again. Nep in a 1v4. Needs to go fishing. He's got to worry about his flank, but he's also got to worry about the player up in front of him. Nep cannot survive, and edging away with another round win, Rock LFO find themselves back in the lead.
And honestly, it was a very good idea with the Aurora gate, but it works both ways. If you close off security door, the Warden player doesn't have to worry about the crossfire, doesn't worry about getting pushed or backstabbed or anything else, no pressure whatsoever. So the smoke grenade from the Blitz works against him, because Warden can see through it, plus he's free to throw a C4. Maybe if they pop the Aurora door and then they have a player ready to shoot it open and sprint in security while Blitz pushes the bomb site, maybe Blitz dies, but you kill the Warden, then it's kind of worth it. But when the Warden gets a double C4 kill and nobody else can follow up on the play and the door is closed, yeah, that makes it really, really hard for the attackers. Mind you, the big advantage of getting an opening pick, which player did, it was a 5v4 favoring Chiefs, is that you can attack from more directions than they can defend. So let's say you have yellow door and the main breach. Then you have security hallway into the cafeteria, where the Blitz pushed, security door that they roared off, and you attack bottom spiral. That's 5. If you had one player at each of those 5 locations, there is gonna be a gap no matter what you do. Now, it is risky to always go alone because you can't trade your teammates, but either you fan out, attack, and overwhelm the bomb site, or you gotta have a solid way to pick it apart together. The idea was there, the execute of it was not.
I think though, every single attack round, Chiefs seem to be going for some kind of really specific strat. There hasn't been a single round gone by for Chiefs where they're like, yeah, let's just kind of like look around a bit, like fish stuff out, you know, make slow progress, do a default push. No, every single time it's, we're going to rush, or we're going to fake over here, then we're going to pivot and go for this. Here's our pocket strat. And the problem with pocket strats is typically one tiny detail goes wrong and your entire plan, your entire setup, your entire round is in the bin. And that round passed. It was just one C4 from a Warden, and the entire round is over.
It's funny because if you want to... Sorry.
No, please.
I was going to say, usually when we talk about pocket strats, right, you'd think a, on paper, worse team would want to bring out pocket strats against a quote-unquote better team. Because if you play stable, consistent, and normal Siege, the better team is going to win more than not, right? So Chiefs being the better team on paper, you know, being expected to win this game, why are they the ones always trying to do this new funky stuff? That's kind of where I get a bit of a question mark. They should be better at the defaults of the game, having more experience and having quote-unquote better players.
Yeah. I think the reality is Rock LFO actually seem to be better at playing default Siege than Chiefs, but Chiefs keep throwing them curveballs. They're looking for a plant now. Jakenna is able to get the plant down in a 4v5, but it's retake time for Rock LFO. Now into a 5v2. Jakenna knows he needs to get active with the pistol, but he gets
Was it
flanked.
worth it?
1v5 in the post plant for Neptune, and it's a full retake for Rock LFO. Not a single body on their side, but they find
That's
the
a tight
counter
timeout.
defuse. Chiefs now staring down defeat.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it getting down that diffuser because it cost you every single member in the server, and the last person alive, the ace, wasn't even in a strong postman position. He was top spiral on the exterior. 4 to 6. And you saw the player camps there a second ago. It was not a happy camp on the side of Chiefs. They know that they have completely let this BO3 slip away. From Chalet losing that crucial post-plan 2v2 to going into overtime, to bottling the OT, to going to Consulate and getting rocked on the first 2 rounds on defense, not getting a strong enough side, and now failing at their own attacks. It has been mental loss after mental loss for the past hour or so for the side of Chiefs.
Located a bomb.
And that's the third retake across the series from Rock
Yes,
LFO
yes.
as well. Let's not forget the infamous 6-5 match point retake from Rock LFO on on Chalet,
Chalet.
Master Bedroom. In the 2v2, they find the first kill, and Neptune is caught with his pants down, way too far away to try and prevent that ninja defuse. And there's so many moments that if Chiefs fumble here, will haunt them. It's hard to imagine player and relays hot off of a 6 Invitational appearance after going to back-to-back international events and being on the best team that this region has seen for a mighty long time, for a year. Now they find themselves on Chiefs. They've teamed up with these OGs of the scene and up-and-comers, Lunchbox, Jakenna, Neptune. And they're not even looking to be a top 2 in the region, not even top 3. They lose here. That's only a top 4 finish in OFCE. That's so many steps behind where they need to be. Rock LFO are the new generation. And with no organization to support, they are looking like they are ready to take Chiefs' place in OCE away from them, to pry it from their cold, dead hands.
Mind you, they played the first 2 maps with a substitute. They had to fight without their 5th player off machine to get here to Consulate. At the very final minutes before Consulate started, we got the note, hey, machine is booting up right now. He's got power back on. He will join as the 5th player. And he has been instrumental on Consulate, playing the shields, playing the Shanka, anchoring down the bombs, and stopping the plans from being successful or helping out in those retakes when it does go down eventually. Now they got a shield, but that singular grenade will deal with it. They do not find the kill, however. There's still 1 player down, and they don't have any easy cheese ups, right? No glass, no ying, no munchie, no shields at all.
Oh my god.
It's guns blazing, but they get that 1 pick.
Zero had to go for something. He felt desperate. And now it's time for Chiefs to continue marching forward on this top floor. Numbers advantage now in their favor. Big double kill from Relays. He needed to stand up, and he's found 2 big kills. Machine on the Tachenka. After having no power for the first 2 maps, having to be supported by their substitute, he's now back in the server. He needs to have an impact. He's the player, the single player for Rock LFO that needs to be in position to deny the plant with his fire.
Does mean they have 1 less gun, right? This 4v2 or 4v3 is almost like a 4v2 because only Lorelf and Snow is gonna have a gun up waiting for those gunfights. Machine has to have the gadget ready for a plant sound. 30 seconds, flash and push from Chiefs.
Good flashbangs, but it's a deep plant opportunity now from Jakenna. They should know about it. Neptune, though, prevents Snow, but Loyal, where has he stolen that opportunity from? Machine fries Lunchbox alive, and he tries to get desperate, aggressive, but Neptune will find him and stave off defeat. Another breath of fresh air for the Chiefs, but they are not out of the woods yet.
The air jab wins the round. He actually snuck out of the small box, and they had no idea. The issue is there was no intel there for the defense of Rock LFO. Had they known that there was nobody by that meeting door, he could stand up and take the 1v1. All of a sudden, that round is super winnable. And in the chaos of the round, I mean, you just don't hear the air jet being placed. And look at that Eagle challenge as well. From copy window to the skylight rooftops. That's how they find the opening pick. And then Chiefs, when the back's against the wall, we have no way to win. We are losing the game right here. They just sense off the crossfire and they sprint down the hall with 3 separate players and they take the 1v1s and they win the 1v1s. Chiefs are not the prettiest Siege team in terms of playing, stylistically and 3-2-1 and countdowns and everything else. But when their players are hitting their shots and they believe in themselves, they can make unwinnable rounds on attack and consulate look very winnable at the flip of a switch.
Oh, man. Is it going to be another 8-7 for Chiefs? The 4th of the day? Is it going to be another one?
That would be a day of Siege. A day that they might never ever see again in their careers. It is not often that you go 8-7, especially 4 times in a row. Or 4 times overall. I guess there's 5 maps technically.
Oh, they're doing everything they can. But man, it's been bloody hard. Rock LFO have looked good today, and ever since Chiefs let it slip on Chalet, Rock LFO have felt in control of this game. They need their defense to be as good as their first half on the attack, or even better. One more round is all it takes, but Chiefs are gunning for it. We go back to the exact same bomb site, Pengu. And more or less, it's the same setup. Like, what's different here for Rock LFO? What's different here for Chiefs? Not much on either side.
Just the Bandit, right? The Bandit, they can trick the meeting wall and ensure that it stays closed, and they got a Warden that can see through smokes. That's really the only big key factors at the minute.
They had Warden last round. It's a Fenrir that changed.
I did not remember that, to be fair.
I know, I have it in my notes. I didn't remember it. It's the Bandit for the Fenrir is the only operator change here.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Bandit and Warden. Well, the Bandit, again, they can close off the meeting breach, right? Which is going to enable Machine's positioning. But it feels like the same similar defense against the same similar attack. But this time, everybody stays alive. No one's gotten the opening pick just yet. The thing is, time is taken a little bit down. 1 minute 30 seconds. Not the end of the world whatsoever, but in the next 20 or so seconds, they gotta start pushing that vending hallway, meeting door, and make sure that they can clear Soda Machine position. We know that it's clear, but I think Chiefs just about now are throwing it out.
I can't help but feel like if Rock LFO can't retain control of the top of Spiral and where the long desk is, then that's probably going to be the round. Lunchbox is fully out of air jabs, though, on the Nomads. And there's no more using that util to lock Rock in place.
Again, a plan should not be possible as long as the Shanka and Bennett C4 are available, which they both are at the minute. And they even have a second C4 in backup from the Ward.
Wow.
Look at this. They're chasing Machine vertically with the Dame, which is just sprinting across the floor, juking those bullets, and it's working. But they're planting in the meantime.
Yeah, and that means that Jakenna might be able to force this down. Nobody's watching it! Even though they didn't kill the Tachanka, they might have bought themselves just enough time. 5v5 in the retake, but Relays has Loyalth locked down, sneaking between enemy lines, but the air jab again saves it for the Chiefs! And it's a flawless round to push us the distance, and another overtime for the Chiefs! They are not done yet!
Take a big breath. They just won the round of a single Deimos tracker. Simply distracting the Tachanka, saying, hey, if you're worried about me sprinting around, you cannot deny the plant. And nobody else really realized that, hey, he's basically staying alive. We gotta get the C4s in action. They're all just sitting there going, well, he's under trouble, right? They're not gonna go for a plant. No, they were. They were doing that track with the intent of going for the diffuser. It's another pocket strat. It's really smart. Definitely something that they planned ahead of time because they were so good on the timings. And the best thing of all, they weren't overcommitting. They weren't using the sense wall and spamming flashbang. They weren't signaling that they were investing much into that play. It was literally just Deimos track, hold F on keyboard, and then react to what happens.
You know what's funny? I feel like, aside from the Tachanka, the underrated, most impactful part of that round was actually the air jabs. And the fact that the meeting wall, not external, but internal, was breached. Again, because it allows the player at vending machine on the attacking side to hold a deep angle and prevent the swing onto the planter. And it's funny because we actually talked about how we saw the Bandit picked by Rock LFO, but I don't think he put any batteries on that meeting wall. That eventually ended up getting breached by Ace. So I wonder what might have happened if Bandit had decided to try and hard hold inside of meeting and Bandit juggle that wall for as long as possible. Nonetheless, it's another defense round, man. It's been 3-3 both
Momentum.
halves, but you're right, the momentum is squarely with Chiefs after winning 2 attacks on the top floor in a row.
That's the thing, right? They are, I would argue, a momentum-based team when they play at their very best, and they're gonna feel like they're on top of the world. Neb is 15-5, by the way, often on the entry with player. He's had a couple of rush moments with the Ram Boogie drones. He's always there to pick up the kills. And as we said earlier, we got to see it there. Denari laser that goes to the drone hole in towards break room is indeed shootable from the door corner. Oi, sprints away, stays alive, no damage taken whatsoever. Happy days. This is Chiefs just playing a little bit slower than usual, but for good reason. They cannot afford to die early. They don't have a lot of ways to salvage the round, like we keep saying, right? They have the sense, that's like their pocket pick. They can kind of help the bomb site, but they need to get to the site. When we interviewed Nate earlier after their first BO3 victory, he said that his #1 simplest advice to them in that tag timeout was, guys, you need to get to the bomb site to actually have the execute. Just try and play to the fact of being 5 people alive when you get to the site, and the rest will work out. They've done that here. Everyone's alive, they're by the bomb site door, they've broken open the wall, and they've somewhat taken top floor control from meeting, which covers the verticality of the site beneath.
Players on for a little bit of a lurk as well down on the ground floor. Jakenna makes his way
And
inside, starts forcing down this defuse. Rock
No
LFO,
C4, no
where
smoke,
are you?
hello?
Excuse me? Is
don't
anybody
know.
home today for Rock
don't
LFO?
know.
They have been absent for the last 2 rounds. And now they've just let a plank go down to the 5v5. Snow will fall first. Loyal not far behind him. Surely not. Another flawless opportunity for the Chiefs. It is! 2 flawless in a row, and they are back on match point.
I can see why enemies have been banning the sense away from them. They are finding these plant positions that normally that would never happen. The sense wall generates sound, which is of course noise cover. It gives you visual cover. Warden can't see through it. BPs can't see through it. And they just make it work every single time. But we have to look at Rock LFO. They had 2 C4s, they had 3 toxic babes. The smoke is in piano next to the bomb site. They simply just lack information. I mean, if they heard the plant going down and they're not throwing anything at it to stop it, then they're just outright trolling. So I have to assume that they didn't hear it. But that's 2 rounds now in a row where they lose a round due to not knowing that the enemy's planting. With the sense walls going out in a 5v5 and nobody's taking any fights upstairs. They have to start assuming that they're making a play by the bomb site because it's the only action in the entire map. Nothing else is going on.
My artillery is on. Initiating jammer.
Man, it has been a long time between drinks for Rock LFO. The last time they got a kill was 3 rounds ago. For God's sake,
10 seconds left before
what is going on for Rock? I feel like Chiefs have finally got the confidence to just lock the hell in and find these executes. Now they're on the defensive side and the pressure is flipped on its head to Rock LFO. Back onto the attacking side, back onto the top floor. Now they did manage to win an attack onto this bomb site, Pink. It was the very first round, 14 rounds ago.
What are they? What are they? And I think we're just watching it, right? Like we're just observing. Chiefs are actually the ones playing it, doing it time and time again. They refuse to die. Grenades going out in case of a Goyo fire, any traps on the bomb site. Not much is there. We have 2 Thorns in pocket, no Goyo available whatsoever, 2 Ela mines in pocket. They are saving this for the mid-round adaptations of counterplay so that 1, they're not gonna die to those grenades. And mind you, there are 8 frag grenades, sorry. There are 10 frag grenades in the server. Every single attacker has grenades. And they've spent the vast majority of them only having 3 left in pocket. What am I witnessing?
That's insane. That is
They spent
insane.
7 grenades at destroying 2 thorn traps and 2 Ela mines. And some barbed wire.
Wow. Oh my god, Relays sneaks up the yellow stairs. Machine is done. Blackbeard is gone. And I think Chiefs have finally found this magic moment. Their moment to grasp hold of this series that has been running away from them ever since Bank. They're finally back on top again. 5v4. And all they have to do is sit back and wait for Rock to make the next move.
Not like this. You lose Machine early, who has been instrumental last time you're attacking on the shields, who found the entries, who you're playing around for everything. Now you're stuck outside on Yellow Skylight, on bathroom window. Everybody's outside the building. Lion enters Yellow Stairs. But he's walking down, not up. Guys, you need to make a play. You have to get in the building.
This is a big moment right now. Jakenna, the Scorpion in hand, needs to win his fight. Gets baited, looks away, but he's got cover from Neptune!
No
It's
way.
an 18th kill for Neptune! 19!
19.
Zero's the last one! He is gone! It is an unbelievable comeback for the Chiefs! We thought they were done and dusted after fumbling Chalet, but you cannot count them out! And so they continue their march through the lower bracket, smashing rocks and making their way to the lower bracket final.
You see Neb's face right there. Mental composure, a huge sigh of relief. Oh my god, what a series. How far it went, how many clutch moments that they were in. Big praise to Rock LFO for taking the distance. Honestly, I'm not sure they got a bit nervous there at the end because they kind of stopped fighting back. Whereas Chiefs, when the pressure was at its highest, that's when they started playing their very best. Backs against the walls, they were about to lose, they started pushing. They started taking this fight back into their own hands, and they started making play after play.
Oh man, you could feel the energy for Chiefs completely switch up after they managed to win that attack onto the top floor.
Yeah.
It was curtains. It was game over for Rock LFO. Unbelievable from the Chiefs after another overtime. Though this time it didn't take all 15. They got it done 8-6. Man, their first match, it's currently 9 p.m. here in Melbourne where I'm dialing in from. Their first match started at 1 p.m. 8 hours ago. They just put in a full 8-hour workday, Pengu. That's what they did.
I guess gamers are no longer known as unemployed because those are employment work hours for sure. Yeah.
Unbelievable. But thankfully, Chiefs finally get it done, and we get a chance to talk once again to Nate. Man, it's been a while. It's been a few hours. We talked to you after 287s earlier today, and you looked pretty frazzled. After that, especially after how you guys lost Chalet, I've pretty much run out of words. What do you have to say after watching your boys just pull that off?
Oh, honestly, I can't give them any more props. It's one of the big things I think we focused on. Obviously, you have all your strats, all your defaults, all this stuff that everyone talks about, that everyone does, but you can't win without mentality. I don't think it's possible. I think if your team doesn't have a good mentality, you're not winning those big games. Like, obviously, like maybe people thought that we should have been favorites in that BO3 and favorites in the BO3 before, but like I think you guys were saying before, the region is so close now. Obviously, one team has taken a lot of the really top-rated players all into one, and now we're all split. And there's a lot of people like Box, Jake, Neptune, who have stepped up massively, and they've also learnt a lot, and they're taking in a lot of information from like me, player, Relays. So seeing that today, I think was really awesome. It's good to see. Obviously, I think we should have ended at Chalet, and I'm not saying that was a good performance from us, but I'm not going to say, I was unhappy with winning that.
Yeah. I think, obviously, looking at Chalet, looking at Bang, you're playing up against a team that has a sub player. That should make the game a lot easier on paper, but also kind of throw some of the prep work out the window. For me, the big moment is honestly, as you said, the mental fortitude. You have individual people that have experienced, like your Relays, like your player, but you also have Nep, for example, who was absolutely crucial on Consulate, right? Finding openings, creating space, etc. In terms of vocal voices in the team, what do you guys' roles look like? Is it just player Relays that are more experienced that talk a lot? Is it players like Nep who are actually, IGLing? What's the general vibe on communication?
Yeah, honestly, like, it really is dependent, and it's very much like a lot of the defaults you see. Jake, stats-wise, and people spoke about this when we used to have Oda. his stats weren't great.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure on both those last 2 maps, even the first map, he planted majority of our attack rounds, or at least attempted to, and got denied. He made, like, you know what I mean? Like, even on those contra, like, big rounds on piano, big rounds when we went CEO on those attacks where he's getting plants down, and he's calling us. He's like, "Hey guys, can you watch this? We're gonna do this." Early round, like you said, that experience from Relays and Player come in where they're like, "Hey guys, we can slow it down. Minute 40, we don't need to be rushing things." And those are the rounds that, like, we're bringing them back, and we're having some success. But yeah, it's very mixed. We don't have like a single like main voice, which I think is good.
I honestly felt your presence at the end of Consulate. When we spoke to you last in the interview, we spoke about how, like, what was happening in the tactical timeouts, right? What you're saying, the whole aspect of, guys, stay alive to execute, play out the 5v5, and it'll sort itself out. The last 3-4 rounds of Consulate, you guys are 5-men executing with the sense, top floor, downstairs, and things are working out flawlessly, and people are surviving and going great. It again felt like when you play that solid step style siege of 1, 2, 3, it's okay. When you play the more loosey-goosey, it is going to be a more loosey-goosey round. But I love when you guys play that solid strategy, because today I genuinely believe it got you guys across the line.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was getting a bit nervous there. I didn't call the tack on 4-5 when I thought I should, but it was only because I think I have a good judgment on comms, where they weren't not solving these issues. I almost felt like if I was calling attack, I was disrupting it, because their flow was really good. Maybe we were just getting unlucky. Like you said, long day. These guys, not like they slept in between or anything. They were up really early. Like, we got up way before to do some prep as well, so it's not like we got on like 10 minutes before the game started. So yeah, I think that they definitely pulled through and helped me out a bit there, because I was getting a bit nervous when I went like 6-4, and I'm like, oh jeez.
Yeah.
Well done.
Herculean effort from you guys. Of course, the goal is the major, no doubt about it. You've been to plenty before, Nate. But of course, before that, you'll have a revenge game against EP between, Relays and Player getting their revenge. Before that, though, you've got Man LFO in the lower bracket final. Last time, your team, back at the old Chiefs roster, none of your players were the same, but you yourself still coaching. You lost to Man LFO in Stage 2 last year, man. So these guys are pretty deadly. They're pretty dangerous. How do you feel coming into that game? What do you think the boys need to do to get that across the line?
Yeah, I will say, like, obviously, yeah, the goal is the major, but for us, goal is Man LFO. Like, when we started today, it wasn't, oh, well, let's get through to next week. It was Shy Academy. It was Rock. Next goal is obviously, Man LFO. I have a lot of respect for that team. I know they put in the work, and I think it shows. Like, even though they didn't get probably the result they wanted today against EP, like, it wasn't like they were, just rolling over and quitting. I think they had some very good, promising rounds, and I think it's just going to take time and just like them building up. But I think that game will be awesome for us, especially, we don't really like to give up, and they seem very strong-headed with their strats and stuff. So I think it will be probably a great series.
You guys don't like to give up. I discovered that today when you guys were down 6-4 after fumbling Shella. You did not give up on Consulate. Massive credit to you. It's going to be hard to count you guys out after you put on a performance like that. Congrats, Nate, again, and good luck in your games next week.
Easy. Thank you, boys. Appreciate the cast.
Man,
Thank you.
I'm still reeling from that match. And also, what a pleasure to have a chat with Nate there. He really does give us a lot of insight. But you know who gave us a lot of master plays today? It was Player, of course, from Chiefs. He's our MVP of today. Got to admit, it was hard not to give MVP to a couple of different players that played today, and even Jakenna. I think it was nice that Nate gave him a little bit of moment in the spotlight. Neptune obviously popped off, 19 kills on Consulate, but Player was oh so Mr. Consistent, especially in the first series today as well.
Yeah, I think like recency bias, Nap, he was like the standout guy here at the very final map, but Player across every single map, every single series, dropped a 21 bump earlier on Consulate in the previous game, by the way. He was one that consistently would show up. Look at the kill tally, just whenever you're watching here. He's like 15, 18, 20. He was there every single map, and they needed that kind of player to survive today.
Yeah, that they did. Monstrous effort from Chiefs. Such a long match here in the second game that they played today, but let's not forget 287s in their first game today as well. Insane. So, of course, let's see where that ends us with the brackets. For OC, we've got 2 matches left after the games played out today. Obviously, EP through the upper bracket into that grand final. Our lower bracket has seen some mighty teams fall, leaving us with just Man LFO and the Chiefs. I want your gut reaction, Pengu. Who is going to be joining EP in that grand final?
Honestly, like off the rip, I don't really care too much because I think both of these teams are so deserving of going to that grand final. But I will say my heart is actually there with Chiefs. Seeing their grit today, their mentality, their resilience to being down and losing an awful game on Chalet, and also the very insightful interviews after they won with Nate. It just makes me like them even more. So I want to see Chiefs, but I would not be upset if it was Man in the Foe.
Yeah, of course. You only got 1 spot to the major for OCE, so it's whoever wins that grand final EP definitely going to be the favourites, but don't count out Chiefs and Man LFO coming through the lower bracket. Of course, over across the pond, we've got a couple of other regions going on, and SAL is coming up. Man, I am so damn excited. Like, literally, if you thought Team Secret versus Falcons qualifying for the major, like that match to qualify for the major was a barn burner, let me tell you about the greatest match of Rainbow Six Siege history of all time, that W7M versus FaZe Clan 2024. We have yet another rematch, and this time the stakes are unbelievably high. Could we see FaZe, for the first time in God knows how long, fail to make it to an international event? Or will this brand new Team Liquid Alienware roster with the GOATs from that old Furia W7M team, will they not make it? It's one of those two. That's it. Like, we don't know which one, but that is just unbelievable.
I feel like the Floxo lows is not going to be as exciting because Floxo is just, on paper, a much stronger team. But the fact that the lower bracket has that many good teams here in SAL just means it's going to be a bloodbath for everybody to qualify. Thankfully, they do have 4 spots. So there's going to be 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. If they only had 2 spots in SAL, it's like, that would have been crazy. Thankfully, they have 4.
Dude, if SAL doesn't deserve 4 spots, then no region deserves 4 spots.
Or 5
the
or
best,
6.
best region in the world. You probably got 6 teams from SAL that could realistically punch up big time when it comes to the major. But of course, that's it for us today. We have one more weekend of APL. We've got our lower bracket finals and our grand finals, which means we still have 3 teams to qualify through to the major. We'll be back on APL next Friday for APAC North, Asia on Saturday, and of course on Sunday, the grand final of OC. Until then, thank you very much for watching today, and good night. Honestly, Relays could probably get back to site now. He's got no more ADSs to protect him, and he's now killed Arcanum!
No.
This is unreal. Rans, Rani, Rani, whatever your name is, whoever you, if that is your real name, whoever you think you are, you disappoint me. Never mind, he got a free kill. He is my GOAT. I love him.
Played by the concrete area. Impact run out here from the solid. There's no air jab on the door.
Oh my god.
Couple of bullets around the operator. Speaking of boost spots, there's one right here.
Oh my god, Jigsaw! Pluto's gonna have to jump inside. He's gone bot square. This might be possible! He's gonna stick it!
No!
The Ninja Defuse! Apparently Machine was playing through a cyclone last week. He lives in New Zealand. Oh my god, that's a nuke! See you later, Lunchbox. The nade buys him a few seconds and just enough time. He goes for it again. Zero has to cover. Excuse me, Nap! What are you doing? Nap!
avancé, ça serait bien de revenir sur Hyber et de lui filer un coup de main là.
Kyber a besoin d'un coup de main en fait, c'est ça la question que je pose. Parce que tu penses qu'il est seul en réalité. Il y a lui, son talent et sa vandale. Il compte pour 3 là-dessus. Repère déjà un premier joueur. La one way qui est activée. Le repositionnement maintenant au niveau du spawn. Et la décale de Utah surtout qui arrive. Toujours pas planté. Utah trouve le spam sur Akuma à l'élimination. Paranoia qui ne touchera pas. AO trouve la compensation sur Utah. Spike au sol dans les 15 dernières secondes, il va falloir s'activer. Là-dessus, le problème, c'est qu'on est déjà en train de reprendre. Smoke, flash et décale. Hyber tente une infiltration, les petits spams peut-être qui vont essayer de connecter. Et sous ult, on n'arrivera pas à trouver d'open là-dessus. C'est dommage pour Steven Kellogg's qui est trop l'élimination. Audi Hyber, ça répond. Audi attrapé. Non, c'est Audi qui trouve le kill, pardon, sur Kellogg's.
Ouh là là.
Une fin chaotique. Et des whips qui s'en sortent d'une certaine façon.
Qui s'en sortent bien, ouais. Pas loin d'aller renverser ce round. Expressionnel une fois de plus. Et c'est pas suffisant. Voilà. Seven très smart. Il joue des monts mais il s'applique. C'est bien, ça fait plaisir. Wow, c'est parti dans tous les sens. Pas facile hein, là de contenir tous ces duels. Et belle lucidité de la part d'Oudi hein, de tenter ces wall smoke. Ces travers smoke. Bon. Post tactique, la première de cette carte de split. Là, on veut casser le momentum côté whip parce que depuis que on a encaissé ce 4-0, bon, et on arrive un petit peu aussi au bout de son économie. Hein. Côté Esprit Shonen, c'est un round qui va compter double.
Et là, on a beau être seulement à 4-3. Si on fait un petit bilan, le prono de Hero est déjà mort parce qu'il avait dit 13-2. Ouais. Donc voilà, déjà ça c'est foutu.
Complètement à côté de la plaque, de toute façon, comme d'hab.
Le tien est encore en vie.
Chien, ce que j'ai dit.
Je sais pas en fait non plus.
On va voir où il s'arrête. Alors, time out. Non, ça m'étonnerait. Pas maintenant quand même.